Good morning, everyone. It's fun of you all to join us. We are happy to have you on this very snowy day with our little fireplace here. This fun thing is called how's it called? The mate bottles? The mate light. So it's made of many crates and many mate bottles. And if you come close to it, you will see the URL where you can go and join and put another image there. That's a fun project that is done here, like practically everything else that you see around. Seabase, that is hosting us today, is a makerspace or a hackerspace, which means anything you see around, somebody sat down and built. For example, those little fun panels of the spaceship were printed in a 3D printer that exists here. What else interesting is done here? This TV screen and everything that it shows behind you was also coded and written here. This toggle, there's green and white one, so it shows whether the bar is open or closed. It's green, so it's open, but in case you hang out here on some other day and you see it's red, you know the bar is closed actually. So you have to go to the drinks replicator, which is that machine, the white machine there, that you choose a drink and it replicates it for you. Lots of fun projects, and the history of Seabase is also very interesting because it's a spaceship that crashed here millions of years ago. If you come across a member here, you can ask them to tell you the story. Maybe you look at the floor plan of Seabase, and maybe tell you a little bit more about what other interesting things that are available here other than our conference today. So our conference today is DevFest. I think the very first DevFest of Berlin took place also here in Seabase, probably more than a decade ago, probably a bit of a similar crowd. And given that this is the first in-person event after the pandemic, it kind of feels like we're resetting and starting over, so it's exciting to do this with everybody here. Woo, yeah. Quick request from me to you. If you see any of the speakers doing like this because they forget, remind them to do like, microphone please. Specifically in the next talk where we have two speakers. And I will tell you about them in a minute, but until then, I want to tell you that we are on social media, boring old Twitter. That's our hashtag, in case you want to tweet about the conference. And in case you need the Wi-Fi in order to do that, it's written here, or in a bit of a larger font, here. In case you forget this, it's also written on the bar. We follow the code of conduct. Basically, this means be very nice to each other. If anybody is being not very nice to you, find somebody with either a black or a colorful lanyard and tell them. If you're not sure if somebody's being nice or like maybe, maybe not, have no doubt, find us and we will help you to feel great. This is our plan for today. Unfortunately, one of the speakers is ill, so everything shuffled around, including the starting time, including the end time, but the lunch break remains at the same time. That's the most important thing. Our lunch break is fully vegan, and we will have noodles or rice, all sorts of variations with tofu. And more important things to mention. Not only us are on social media, but so are our speakers. For every talk you'll see in the very first slide their social media handle. Tag them, take a picture, they will appreciate that. In case you need the bathroom, it's there, in this hallway. The first door on the right is the one that for accessibility, for example, if you need a wheelchair. The second one is for males, and the third one is for females. The door all the way at the end, if you open it, it will not open. If you push it really hard, it will make an alarm sound. Please don't do that. Many thanks to the speakers, many thanks to the volunteers and organizers that are making this happen, and of course many thanks for Seabase for hosting us. The stream is also on YouTube and the talks are recorded and uploaded there. So if you find anything that you found really interesting, you can always go to YouTube and find it again. You can also find the speaker there again. And in case you have friends who are sick at home, tell them to watch us online. And without further ado, I would like to invite our next speakers. And as you are setting up, I will introduce you a little bit and hand over the cable. So Teresa and Somia are CTOs and founders of different organizations. Somia is a CTO at Lemon. And Teresa, I really memorized, I apologize, I forgot where you're a senior software engineer at?
I run a coding school in Hamburg, where I live, Hamburg Coding School it's called. And I'm the co-founder and CEO, or basically I do everything at my own small agency called Small and Modern.
That is a very cool name. The talk that you will be giving together, so first of all, it's cool you came all the way from Hamburg. And the talk that you will be giving together is how to level up in your career and how come we don't know that many women who are in CTO roles. So please, round of applause. As we are finishing the setting up, I will not ask you to round of applause one more time. We already appreciate the double amount for the two speakers. I will remind you that the questions are for the break. So if you have questions at the very end, clap your hands, and once the speakers have stepped off and had a drink and had a breath, find them, ask them questions. But at the end of the talk, please clap and maybe also share something on social media. Somia, can you tell me about the organization that you have founded in Berlin?
Yes. So I have founded an organization called CoderB, and it's for underrepresented folks who work in IT, and mostly women and underrepresented folks. So we try to teach coding for free and have meetups and try to empower people coming from different countries, especially immigrants, I would say. And I am also the founder of a software agency called Night Owl Labs. And this is based in India, but the clients are in Germany. So yeah.
And why Night Owl Labs?
Funny story. So in my 20s, I was founding a startup, and I used to code in the night. And then my co-founder was also a night owl, so we would crush it in the night and sleep during the day. So we just thought it makes sense.
Yeah, I can see how it makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
So.
Well, we're happy to have you. Here's the mic.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Lovely audience today. Thank you all for showing up.
So, how many of you, when you think back and you grew up, you started your career, how many of you did have a role model that helped you? How many of these role models were women? Me, for my part, I didn't have a role model that was a woman, and I started a career in tech, so that always felt a little bit weird. And we all know this is a problem in IT, in the software industry, that women are underrepresented. But everyone wants to have more women in their teams, right? So one big problem that is there is that women are just not so visible, that you don't find them so much on stages, you don't have so many women bosses. And to change this, today we are here on the stage and try to become a bit more visible. This is Somia, the founder of Night Owl Labs, software development company, and of Lemon. She just recently got the position as CTO, and Lemon is a Berlin startup.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So this is Teresa Holfeld, a good friend of mine. She is the founder of Hamburg Coding School and the CEO of Small and Modern, a software agency based in Hamburg. Today, we are here to share our personal stories and our journey from going from being an engineer to solopreneur and then to C-level executives. With the hope that you all can get a little inspired and dream bigger and aim higher in your careers.
So that does it sometimes, I heard.
Yes. So 2 years ago, I started my freelancing. And I also started my company, Night Owl Labs. As most of the founders, I also thought that the IT services are on the rise, and this is the best time to start a company, right? But I couldn't be more wrong. And as you all know already, that many companies have been firing people and there are layoffs, and we are amidst economic crisis or recession, what we call. And this year definitely hasn't been easy for me, trying to find consultant jobs or gigs, and also trying to find clients at the same time, right? And I realized that I do need a backup plan. And it's okay to not be able to manage everything, right? So I decided that I will start looking for a job as an engineering manager. Because as I already said, that I had some founding experience managing teams before, and for 2 years I have been managing myself and a small team. So I started interviewing, and I started meeting people, asking mentors on ADP List. If you've not seen ADP List, check it out. It's for free, and you can find mentors there. And I talked to my friends and asked them, what does it take to be a manager, right? I need to educate myself. I need to learn in Berlin, what does it take to manage a team? And they gave me some amazing resources, you know, starting from courses to like books, ebooks, podcasts, etc. So I started doing that. And I'm an avid reader, I have to say this. I love reading books. And I realized that at some point, I was ready. I felt ready that I can give these interviews, and I thought I'm going to crush it, but we'll talk about that. And after 2 months, I was still not finding anything. One day, it happened that Susanna wrote to me. I met Susanna in 2018 when I was an organizer for a startup event. I was giving a talk, I met her, and she pitched me an idea. And she said, I have this idea, what do you think about it? I gave her some feedback that I had, we brainstormed on it, and that was it. And there was the pandemic, right? And she came back to me recently and she said, Soumya, can we have a chat? I think I have an opportunity for you in mind. I was happy to have a chat, and then all that ensued was that a couple of meetings and a round of negotiation. And then in these meetings, I realized that we had so much in common, and the kind of vision and mission that we shared really resonated with me. Our values was something that made me feel like I wanted to work with her, and somehow we found a way to work with each other. So the moral of the story is this. Like, if you like someone and if you keep in touch with people in your network, they might be the one who will be handing you the card to your next job. That's how I landed my CTO job, right? So always keep in touch, be open to opportunities, and educate yourself. Be qualified for these jobs that are open. Having access to these people and opportunities is very, very important. And also, go after the flame that's burning, right? Even if it's a small spark, don't let it go. Go after the flame and go for it.
When I founded my business, Hamburg Coding School, I did so quite naively. I'm also a developer. I have a tech background. I used to be an Android developer. Just like everybody else, I was an employee. And at some point, I had this idea, I want to found a school where we teach software development to people who want to learn how to code. And I thought, okay, I have the tech background, maybe I can teach myself. I know a lot of people who can teach, and I know how to organize events, so I can probably do it. And I just went ahead, founded the company, and started Hamburg Coding School. But then, sometime I had my first courses out, had a website, I realized, okay, that's not it. That's not what you like. That's not everything you have to do. You have to know, because nobody booked my courses, and I realized I don't know how to do marketing. I don't know how to do sales. I don't know how to do business finances because I don't have a business background. And at the time when I quit my job as an Android developer, my colleagues, as a farewell gift, they gifted me an Amazon voucher. And I had a daily commute to my co-working space. I had 45 minutes each day, and I was reading ebooks that I bought with this voucher and educated myself. And this time, being on the train and reading really helped me a lot. So I was reading books like how to make friends and influence people. I read books like Never Split the Difference. That's a great book on negotiation. I read Chap, 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 Right Hook from Gary Vee, a really great book on social media marketing. And if it wasn't for these books and for these train rides where I could read, I think I would have quit the company very early on. So educating yourself is really, really important. And these ebooks were my way of doing this. I also used to listen a lot to audiobooks when I was going for runs. There are also other ways of educating yourself, like doing courses, getting mentoring. And the takeaway is you can do anything you want to if you are willing to put in the work and read up and study the topics that you don't know. And you have to know, I bootstrapped my company. That means I didn't have any investors that put money into my company, but I financed everything myself. And I was able to do this by also being a freelancer and doing some Android app development gigs on the side. And I used this money to finance the school when it was still developing and not running very well. This went on for a couple of years, and after I handed in my second year's tax statement, my tax advisor called me and said, the tax office is getting suspicious because they see you have this freelance business where you make money and you put it into your other business where you only lose money. So you really need to start making profits or they will downgrade your Hamburg Coding School business to an expensive hobby. And I was like, oh shit, what do I do now? And at that time, my friend Priya approached me. And Priya is a professional portfolio manager. So she is handling a company's finances. She's deciding how much money each project gets. So she has the business background. And Priya was just starting a course where she learned how to be a coach for business strategy. And she asked me, do you want to be my coachee? And I said, yes, of course. So we would meet every 2 weeks. We had a meeting scheduled where we would sit together. We were analyzing my finances together. We were analyzing the market together. She gave me homework. I diligently did the homework. And we were doing my business strategy for the next year. And in doing this, of course, there was the point where I had to show her my finances, my numbers, and the numbers were all red. And I asked her, what is your honest opinion? You see, I make red numbers. How many months should I continue this until I call it quits, if it continues like this. And she said, "You don't quit. We have planned the business strategy now for the next year. I think it's a good strategy. And if you realize within the next 6 months that you still only make losses and you never see any profits, then we sit together and we change the strategy. We go into a different market segment or we develop a new course. But you don't quit." And I said, okay, let's try this strategy. And we tried the strategy, and 6 months in, I was seeing my first profit and we were breaking even. So the takeaway for this one, rather than quitting, try to change your strategy. That can really help. And always keep friends around who know the things that you don't know and can mentor you.
So as developers, it's easy to mistake that being smart or having all the technical skills and being sound in your job is what it takes to actually be good at your job and to go after your dream career, right? It is true. I wouldn't say it's completely wrong, but it is very much true. We need to be qualified, but it's just not enough. What is more important is that you have the discoverability and access to opportunities. So to do that, it's very important that you meet people on a regular basis. You build a network of your own. You meet, befriend, and learn from people around you, especially decision makers who will help you to grow in your career. I know it's not normal to go approach someone and be like, hey, can you go out for a coffee? But I think it should be more normal, right? If you are career-oriented, it should be more normal to approach someone and ask them for help or mentorship or allyship, sponsorship, whatever that you want. And I read this book, Lean In, by Sheryl Sandberg. And in this book, she mentions that whenever she's hiring for leadership positions, she's always going on coffee with people. And that gets them to go out of their comfort zone, right? Like to go in another place and to talk heart to heart with each other. This is very crucial, and that's why we always have these events, right? To mingle with your colleagues. And she also says that even if you turn down the opportunity, it's fine. If you keep in touch, another time when it opens up, if you're available, it's perfect. So I want to tell you the story of my allies and sponsors, right? I'm a brown woman coming from Bangalore, and I came here for the first time 7 years ago. And I want to tell you how I found allies and sponsors. I met Prashant, an ally, mentor, and a sponsor for the last 10 years on Google+. Who would have thought, huh? And we continued to build this relationship, and it grew stronger. And only because of Prashant that was able to find my company, Night Owl Labs. And Night Owl Labs was completely based on the reliance and the trust and the value that Prashant's company is providing. Because it was the rapport that we had that I could completely say, yes, I will establish a company and I will start providing services in Germany. And to be honest, I almost never had any challenges running this company because it was so easy to work with them. Another great example is Teresa. I met Teresa in 2016 when I went to Hamburg to give an interview at her place where she was the mobile lead. The interview did not work out, but we hit it off. And we went for lunch, and I knew immediately that we are going to hit it off. So we kept in touch. We kept meeting DroidCon after DroidCon, and we had so much to share with each other. And when I was starting my first freelance gig, I just put out the word to all my people in the network saying, hey, I'm open for gigs right now. And Teresa came to me and wrote to me on Twitter. She was like, hey, that's great, congratulations. And I might have something in mind for you. We should talk. And that's how we started working with each other. And we collaborated on a project which went great, right? And ever since, we have been having this relationship, business relationship, where we talk to each other, bounce each other of ideas, and brainstorm together. And we are continuously learning every time we meet. And this is also an example of our collaboration right here, right? So the bottom line here is, as you can always see in all our stories, that people are the most important thing. You might be talented, you might be smart, but at the end of the day, you need a community and people who will ally with you, mentor you, and also sponsor you at times when you don't even know they exist, right? So by this, I would like to finish my talk, our talk, sorry. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed it, and thank you for coming here today.
Thank you. Yeah, that's us. Please find us on LinkedIn. We are happy to connect. That's our Twitter handles. Feel free to tag us, to follow us. We follow back. And check out our websites. And if you want, we are happy to talk to you during the event. Thank you very much.
Thanks again. That was really great. And so we have a few minutes break after this, and during the break I will invite the next speaker to already set up. And I want to reiterate your message of reaching out to people and saying things. Absolutely, like write people a message, say, hi, I liked your talk about this, please let's meet for coffee to talk about that. It's a great message to send out. Cold mail, cold message, just like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
For everybody who joined a little bit late, the bathroom is there. The Wi-Fi we will show again, but you can also find it written on the bar. We have some breakfast pastries left, and we also have cold drinks which you can buy. We are on a budget event, so the food is very nicely sponsored by Google, and we thank them, but the drinks are on you. And by buying a drink, you are supporting Seabase, so we appreciate that as well. See you all soon, in 10 minutes.
Still feel tired.
I was thinking like I'm gonna stop. You guys were like, my brain is gonna stop working. Perfect.
There's a sofa different.
Can you try again, please?
Over there.
Hello.
If you press it, it works.
Ben was saying he would come if I do. One of my colleagues was saying so. Maybe it's just too early. Maybe somebody's just waking up.
You have this visibility if you are where the light is, which is kind of from here. Here, like the first here. If you go here, we still see you, but not this view. So you have like this half a meter to walk around. I'm sitting there doing like this to you. Maybe there might be one already. This is like kind of basically where the light is right here.
Things get better at doing this. If you have a phone, it's helping to get that's okay. Yeah, sure. I don't know. To be fair, I guess that's what we can do. Sweet, thank you. He is, we're really pleased. Yeah, he's a lovely guy. He's in just done his DevFest today. He was a keynote on it. So, he's just felt like a nice guy. He also, because I'm a big fan of Indian food, and I always struggle to find
You mentioned last time we met.
Well, Himanshu took me to another place for brunch, which is just off Kurfürstenstraße. He said that's very limited. So I went there and he thought, oh goodness, he told me the name. Sorry, what? Yeah, I'll tell you the exact. In fact, I'll just go to his my chat with him because not only did he tell me, he also. So, do you know each other?
Yeah, I mean, not like personally,
Just on
but
Twitter, so.
yeah, like virtually.
Yeah, I went for a quick. So the dish we had was patas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were lovely. I never had them before. Yeah, I mean, breads. I mean, I know naan, I know butter. That's about it. And then we had. But normally I tend to. Previously, I was quite a simple person, just having the same thing over and over, which is chicken and rice. But I'm a vegetarian, so much chili salad.
Oh yes, and the chole bhatura, the big fat bread.
One sort of, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Where did we go? Oh, no, he sent me the link.
I didn't have my coffee. I'm still so.
Get the coffee.
We were so early that
It's right next to the Schools Museum, actually.
Yeah, that's very close to my office.
Oh, okay.
And the chef is so cool. Sometimes he's like, what do you want to eat? And I'm like, oh, I feel like blah, blah, blah. And he's like making it. And also there's another place I was mentioning to you, Agni. It's also very authentic.
Yeah.
And also the chef is the one who's like the owner of Agni. And,
Again, A-G...
and I.
N-I. Okay, so it is yourself.
The kitchen is like,
Whereabouts? In which one is it? Prince Al Valley or...?
yeah, there are two. One is like
okay.
in Malbeat. Malbeat is the one in the
Morbeat's.
evenings.
Yeah, Morbeat's one would be closer to me. So.
Yeah, that's the one where if you go in the evening, then the actual owner is there, and he's a chef himself. So there also he's like, oh, okay, so I make this food.
Oh, so I guess it's fair. Yeah.
It was super popular for butter chicken and like chicken-based, tandoor-based dishes, but now they made it completely vegetarian.
There's one to go list. Amazing. Sweet. Okay.
And it's not at all fancy. It's just like they have a kitchen and like a couple of chairs, but they're super warm and nice people. So the food is great.
In the UK, I always find that there is no correlation between how fancy the Indian restaurant is and
The more fancier, sometimes I feel like it's bad. It's not authentic.
my friend Kat, she was one, she was bitching about an Indian restaurant. She said, I don't understand why people queue for this. What's it called? I'm trying to find it. Dishu. Oh no, she was one that's what she said. So
What? That is for Indian restaurant.
Hello, everyone. We are slowly getting back from the break. And I see some people are already grabbing stickers and other swag, which is great. We have a lot of swag on this table, and we have a lot of swag here. So we have actually 2 stations of swag, and you should grab yourself some stickers and put them on the laptops, bring back to your colleagues, bring back to your friends. Yeah, swag is fun. Stickers are always great, always appreciated. It's like a currency for developers, if you will. You know, the more stickers you have, it's like the more pockets you have in your vest. It makes you look more important. So our next speaker is Eugenia. Hi. How are you doing?
Great. I'm happy to be here.
We are very happy to have you here. You are working at Rapid API.
Yes, I do.
And you are a front-end engineer there.
That's correct.
And you are doing, or were doing, the GDG and the Women Tech Makers at Latvia.
Yeah, it was 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, I was also organizing DevFest approximately at that time in Riga. So it's like a nostalgia now for me.
It's exciting to go that memory train with you. Please, round of applause for our next speaker.
So hi again. Yeah, my name is Eugenia, and I would like to raise a topic about sustainability in web engineering today. One sec. Okay, the clicker doesn't work. So I work at Rapid API, and Rapid API is a platform where you can build, test, use, and share APIs. We just recently opened the office in Berlin, so there is a team forming here. And if you would like to reach me out on Twitter after this talk, I'm available like by this handler. And yeah, I'm based in Berlin, and Berlin is a really cool city because of many reasons. And one of them is that there is lots of different startups, and I got lucky to work in some of them. When I just came here, like almost 5 years ago, I started to work in N26, which is a mobile bank. And the reason why I'm mentioning all these startups is because they are really big and they experience quite an enormous growth in terms of number of users they have. So N26 by now it has 8 million users. And then I switched to Gorillas, which is grocery delivery startup. It has around 1 million users. And now I'm working at Rapid that have more than 4 million users. So this it is a big success. Like, it's an enormous growth. It's always good for business. This is what we are aiming for when we are working on digital products. But with growth comes responsibility. And the responsibility I would like to talk with you about today is sustainability. Because growth can be in contradiction with sustainability. The more users you have, the bigger impact you have on environment. Because all these users they need energy to consume your digital products. However, it's in our hands to make sustainable digital products. So even with this hyper growth, they don't harm environment. And I guess many of us are developers here. We're all working on digital products like software, mobile apps, websites, and so on. And as other people, we tend to think that if it's digital, then it's something virtual and immaterial. But we are really misled here because digital products, they have very tangible and tremendous environmental impact. And I'm going to share with you some statistics to prove that this is really true. So digital tech emits 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And to give you a comparison, we all know about civil aviation, how bad it is for environment, but it accounts only for 2.5%. If we go on a website to see how I can reduce my carbon footprint, you will probably see there, don't take flights, take trains instead. So this is how you can lower your carbon footprint. But it's quite rare that they advise us to use our smartphones less so we could lower our carbon footprint. Another number is 361 kilograms of carbon dioxide is released into atmosphere per one European resident. It's the same as taking a flight from Berlin to Madrid, which takes around 3 hours. Imagine each European resident is taking such a flight once a year. And next one is 416 terawatt hours of electricity the internet consumes per year. It is more than the whole United Kingdom is consuming per year. So the numbers are really huge. And digital tech influence on environment is real. But you would ask, at least I was asking, like, why these numbers are so big? Where does it come from? And first thought was, is it coming maybe from cryptocurrency mining? But the cryptocurrency was not included into the statistics. So we can take a look more details on the like when we use digital tech, where this energy usage is allocated. And here we see that the biggest share is on end user device usage. So when we're using our smartphones or laptops, this is where the biggest amount of electricity is consumed. And then the rest, like data center usage or network transfer, and hardware production is more or less equal, around 15%. So the end device usage is the biggest one. And this is not surprising, because on average we spend 3.3 hours per day on our mobile phones. And frankly speaking, we developers are kind of responsible for this situation, because we are developing the apps where people are spending this time. And as people are spending time on the apps, they also consume energy, and in result, they influence environment. And as we are taking part in it anyways, let's see what we can do. How to reduce carbon footprint of digital tech that we're creating. And before improving anything, first thing, doesn't matter if it's connected with sustainability or not, we need to measure. To measure, to understand if you need any improvements at all, and also to be able to negotiate it to your product managers, stakeholders, and also to prove to yourselves that you did a good job. So first thing you can do to analyze if your website... Oh, actually, I need to ask, how many web developers there are? Okay, nice. But still, like the concepts I'm going to talk about are applied to many other fields. So this is a web carbon calculator where you can put the URL of your website and check what is the carbon footprint of it. It will show you the overall score in comparison to all the rest of the websites that were checked. And the amount of carbon dioxide that is released by your website, and if you're using green hosting, things like that. So it's a good start. But you can go into more details in trying to evaluate what are emissions of your website, because it also depends on how many users are visiting and, for example, how long they are visiting your website. Here is the methodology described on this website, Sustainable Web Design. And it consists, the formula consists of 3 elements. The first one is data transfer per visit, which is basically the weight of your website. Every time users are visiting your website, they are downloading all this data that you have there. It is multiplied by energy usage per gigabyte. This is something that is calculated for you on this website. Can be found there. And this is basically how, on average, how much energy do we spend when surfing the internet. And this is multiplied by carbon factor. Carbon factor is quite interesting term. It is different based on the country. It shows what is the carbon footprint of a country taking into account the electricity mix. It's because every country is buying or producing energy in different ways. If there is more green energy in the country, this ratio will be lower. So if you're into it, I really recommend to check this website. They are describing all the formulas in details. So now, as we have set up our measurements, our monitoring things, we can switch to web development. And so any web development starts from user experience. And actually, designers, UX designers, have crucial impact on the sustainability of your digital product, because they are controlling the user's attention span. They are the ones who are designing how much time users will need in order to perform some actions on the applications they are designing. And unfortunately, we are living in attention economy where lots of social medias are manipulating with us, with our attention. So we spend more time scrolling this endless Instagram feeds and Twitters and so on. And this is not good for sustainability, because the more time we spend there, the more electricity we consume. And this is not good for sustainability, because the more time we spend there, the more electricity we consume. And this is not good for sustainability, because the more time we spend there, the more electricity we consume. And this is not good for sustainability, because the more time we spend there, the more electricity we consume. that is why for a sustainable digital product, it's important that users do their actions on the app as fast as possible. So we create user experience that doesn't hook user attention. Another, quite a small detail of the web design is a small but could have a big impact is a dark mode. For example, if the app is designed in a dark mode, then by default, the screens that will be displaying this app will consume less energy. So then, if speaking about development, the code, we need to put our websites on the diet. Yeah, because when users request our page, they are downloading all these megabytes, sometimes megabytes of data. Yeah, and not all of these megabytes, kilobytes are needed. Let's take a look on the anatomy of the average website. And here you can see that the biggest share is images. So images is the heaviest content on the average website. And this suggests us to take a look on how to optimize images. I guess this will be the first thing you will want to check if you're going to do some web performance optimizations on your website. You can consider using some modern website formats, not website, image formats like WebP or AVIF. You need to check if you're not serving large size images to small screens, and maybe there is makes sense to use content delivery network because it does image optimization for you. And anyways, I'm not going to dive into details. I just have this slide for the optimized images, and I really recommend this article to get started on the web.dev. Yeah, there are lots of different suggestions you can do to optimize images. It was quite interesting to see how the average page weight evolved during the last 10 years. So you see that 10 years ago, like more than 10 years, actually 12 years ago, in 2011, the average website weighed 550 kilobytes. And now it's 4 times more. It's 2,200 kilobytes of data. And this is mostly due to JavaScript libraries like React.js, because lots of things moved to client-side. However, it's not really needed. So JavaScript is the second, the most important contributor to the page weight. And the fun fact is that 1/3 of this JavaScript code is not used. What I mean by that is when you are like using different third-party libraries and like other libraries that help you to develop, you're also importing lots of unused JavaScript lines into your website. So people are like visiting your page, downloading this huge JavaScript bundle, and in the result, lots of this code is just never executed. It makes sense to take the coverage of the JavaScript files. An interesting question. This is my favorite slide, I think. Can 20 kilobytes of code reduction save the world? 20 kilobytes is just 1% of the average page weight. And it looks like 1% is nothing. Why should we bother, right? But it can make difference because 20 kilobytes can turn into 40 gigabytes of data. And I'm taking this example from an article of a WordPress plugin developer who has removed 20 kilobytes big third-party library from the plugin, which was plugin was used by 2 million people. And that is how this small, tiny change impacted 2 million people. So they altogether, they download 40 gigabytes of data less. And how it can be 40 gigabytes to down. Basically, 40 gigabytes means 29,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide less in the atmosphere. And how big is that? Because it's really hard to understand what are these kilograms of carbon dioxide. So there are some calculators you can find in the internet. So it's equivalent to charging more than 7 million smartphones. So it's quite a big number. And imagine that all of us can come on Monday to work, reduce our JavaScript bundles by 20 kilobytes, and we will make a huge difference. So it's all in our hands. Yeah, and web performance is really important, and sustainability is one of the reasons for that. Here I am sharing with you one of the most detailed web performance checklists I have ever found. It's if you go with this link to this link, you will see an article from Smashing Magazine where they collected all possible information about this topic. So, really recommend. Green hosting. This is another topic. You will see, for example, if you analyze your page on this carbon footprint calculator, they will show you if you're using green hosting. Green hosting means that the hosting provider is doing some actions to reduce the, to make it carbon neutral or carbon positive, like they're investing in green energy or planting trees or finding other possibilities to be carbon neutral. And this chart is from Web Almanac. Web Almanac is an annual report about the state of the web. And this year, they published the first article about sustainability. And they found out many interesting things. One of them is that only 10% of all websites are using green hosting. So this is something that makes sense to check on the websites you're working on. Email subscriptions. I know this is not web development, but you will see why I'm mentioning it. How did you receive a marketing email yesterday? Yes. Did you read it? No. Oh, you did? Well, very conscious. So, why I'm mentioning it? Because how users subscribe to our email, this marketing newsletters through our websites. I don't know how I'm subscribing all the time, but I do it. By visiting different web pages. That is why it's kind of part of our work as well. And so 9,180. This is number of emails in my mailbox when I removed segmenting it into promotions, social, and so on. And I promise I deleted them all. And unfortunately, my mailbox is not an exception. This is an average mailbox. It has around 10,000 emails. And this is okay in general, but if we think that these emails need to be stored somewhere, if they are stored somewhere, they are consuming energy. And the most sad thing is that 80% of these emails that are stored somewhere and consuming energy are just never read. And there is a very cool website, Thanks in Advance, which is describing this problem in details, and they are giving you some examples of so you understand how tangible this email impact is. For instance, once a year, one inbox consumes enough energy to illuminate 40 light bulbs for an hour. Okay, it's just one mailbox. Imagine how many mailboxes there are in the world. And if we delete our emails that we're not reading, no, wait, I should put it in another way, sorry. So to understand like the impact, 1.6 billion trees to be planted to offset the pollution caused by email spam. So by deleting all these junk emails, we really can make difference if we all together do it. Yeah, just let's be more mindful about marketing newsletters. Let's not subscribe users without their explicit consent that they want this newsletter, they are going to read it. And to sum up everything that I was telling you, once again, digital is not immaterial. It has tangible environmental impact. And we should keep in mind while developing digital products that every digital action costs energy. So here are some useful links, including the slides where you can find also all the sources I was using for the statistics and some examples. Yeah, definitely check sustainable web design, the performance checklist, and the stats about emails. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Eugenia. All the resources are amazing, and I hope you can share the links to the slide with us so we can include it on the YouTube file that will be uploaded afterwards. Definitely interesting, definitely close to home. All this spend and all the spam. And we will have now another 10 minutes break, and the next talk will be on a topic that is close to my heart, Golang. See you all in 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, you can use the bathroom, you can grab another pastry, buy something to drink, and definitely grab some stickers. Maybe go outside and enjoy the snow.
Hi.
Just wanted to hear.
No, yeah.
If it's too near, like
Uh-huh.
your nose, you will hear the air coming out of your nose. I think it's fine. Say something.
Ich bin ein Kartoffel. Ah, okay. Oh. Test.
Hello, everybody. We are returning from the break to our next talk. And I would like to invite you all to sit down and join the conversation about Go. Has anybody in the crowd attended the Go meetup in the past? Except for my co-organizer. Hi, Ole. So Go is the most fun backend programming language there, not just because it's very efficient, but also because it has the best mascot. And the mascot of the language is a gopher, which is an animal that many people confuse with hamster and with, I forget, there's all sorts of names for it. And I think there's always a fun way to start a conversation about gophers in German and to ask, what is the German name of that? And then you hear like five different answers and people get emotional because there's the right answer and then somebody else has a different right answer. So I still think that after 8 years of doing the Go meetup, I still don't know what is the German name for Go for sure. but I know what the answers that will come from the crowd if we'll ask. Maybe we can run a Twitter poll about this. Can be funny. So, Anderson, you are speaking about debugging complex Go applications.
Yes.
Have you spoken in the past about debugging simple Go applications?
No.
Do you need to debug them?
No, you need.
Why won't you do that? Let's start with simple stuff.
Yeah,
start
but
with
once you
debugging
get
simple applications.
you get the complex setup, go to the easy is easy, right? I mean, the simple you usually hit debug on the ID,
Yeah.
and you debug it, right?
It's so nice that Go has this built in, right? Isn't Go great?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, round of applause. The stage is yours, Anderson.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Anderson. I'm software engineer at Elastic, and today I'm going to talk about debugging complex Go applications, right? A bit about myself. I'm Brazilian. I moved to Berlin in 2018. I've been coding for about 15 years. I started when I was an adolescent, so I'm not so old, but not so young anymore. And I've been using Go full-time for about 4 years. And of course, I started a bit before. So let's debug. Well, first, I always find it interesting when giving a talk, getting some curiosity, right? So I was researching where the term debugging comes from. I think everyone heard the story that the term bug comes from a bug that was in a super old computer when they would take like a whole room, right, and there were electrical, mechanical things, and there was a moth there doing some sort of short circuit and breaking everything. The term debugging comes from that, according to Wikipedia, because Grace Hopper and her associate, they were removing the moth, so they said they were debugging the computer software, whatever. However, the term bug, according to Wikipedia as well, comes actually before, in 1878, when Thomas Edison described little faults and defects of mechanical engineering as bugs. Well, now we have two icebreakers for conversations where bugs and debug came from. And we use debugging in a few different ways, right? It can be just about how investigate a problem, right? You try to find out why something's not working, where debugging doesn't really matter how. Or it can be the fact of using a debugger, right? We're going to be focusing on using a debugger here. So what does a debugger do if someone is not familiar with it? Well, it controls time and reality. And it's actually quite true from the point of view of the program, because it can stop the program when you set a breakpoint. You can choose how fast it's going to execute instruction by instruction, line by line, a whole function at once. You can examine variables, and you can change reality, because you can also set values while the program is executing, right? And it's super helpful to help you to understand sometimes just how the program works, right? I remember using a debugger because I could not find what was the real class implementing some interface in Java. I said, okay, let's run it and stop that, see what's happening. And as you see everything happen, you see how the variables are changing. Sometimes it's useful to stop the program and go back to the database before the program does another change. Well, a variety of things. And what's our scenario today? Why I'm talking about complex Go applications. So the application that we're going to talk about is an application that is installed, right? So there's a whole installation process. It's run as a system service. On Linux machine, it's managed by systemd, and systemd equivalent for Mac and Windows on Mac and Windows. It also runs and manages other applications that you might want to debug these ones too, right? It requires a set of folders and files. To run, it has to be installed in a specific place. You only can have one running your machine. And it need to connect to other applications. It talks to other servers, it receives orders from other servers, and deliver orders to the applications that it runs. So there is a lot going on. So the first tool is Delve. That's the Go debugger. I think a lot of people sometimes just use the IDE and hit debug, so you don't really know what's happening behind the scenes. I would say not 100% sure, but pretty much every single IDE is using Delve somehow behind the scenes, right? And Delve is also a standalone program that it provides a command line interface, so you can do everything, completely debug a program on the terminal, only using Delve. So when you do that, you have basically two ways of starting debugging. You can say, Delve, do everything and start debugging for me. Or you can have something that's already running, and you want to Delve to connect, control, and debug this application. That's our case, right? The application is running because it's managed by systemd. It's always on every time the computer starts. If the application crashes, systemd restarts. So you wanted to poke into these processes. So if you're going to debug, right, things don't come for free. In order for a debugger to be able to debug a program, right, the program has to be prepared for that. Right, so we need a few things to be there and a few things not to be there. We need debug symbols. That's pretty much how the debugger is going to be able to understand the program, right, and control it. And things that we don't want is inline functions and code optimization. And why? When you are debugging, you are looking at the code and say, oh yeah, I wanted to stop on this line. I wanted to examine these variables. When you have the either inline of functions or code optimization, whereas even though your code behavior doesn't change at all, the code itself changes. So the final binary with code optimization on and inline of functions on is different from the code that you wrote. And the debugger doesn't know how to map the code that you wrote to the optimized code. So we need to instruct the compiler to do not do these things, so we ensure that the code that we're seeing is exactly what's running. In Go, when you call Go build to build an application, a lot of things are happening behind the scenes, right? And two applications are involved on that. That's the compiler itself and the linker. I'm not going to go into the details of each one does, but the point is, we want to say to the compiler, do not optimize, do not inline. And by default, when you compile in Go, it already comes with debugging symbols, right? So you don't have to worry about that. However, depending on the application that you're using, your compilation process might, whatever script or thing that you have, might remove the debug symbols. So you must ensure that when you compile, it doesn't get removed, right? So that's how, in Go, you pass a few flags for the compiler using the CG flags, so -n and -l is going to remove inlining and removing optimizations. And you want to make sure that you do not pass the DL flags -s and -w, that these ones are the ones that are going to remove debug symbols. So, okay, what is the complex application I'm talking about? This is the Elastic agent, right? The Elastic agent is an easy way to collect metrics, logs, protect endpoints. So pretty much all the services that Elastic as a company provide for collect of metrics, ingesting data on Elasticsearch, and protect machines and hosts, the Elastic agent can do it in a super easy way, right? So, and the Elastic agent doesn't do everything. That's the whole point of it. You just define, oh, Elastic agent, I'm gonna I'm gonna collect logs from these paths, I'm gonna collect this sort of metrics, right? I wanna protect with endpoint security. The Elastic agent reads these, configures, oh yeah, so I'm gonna run endpoint security here, I'm gonna run file bit to collect logs, I'm gonna run metric bit to collect metrics, and you manage these applications. And because of that, because we compile for Mac, Windows, Linux, right, different platforms, the whole process is rather complex. And by default, when we build it, we remove debug symbols. So we have two kinds of build there. One that's development build, that, as you can see here, we make sure that we are removing optimizations and inlining. And the production, we remove the debug symbols. So the last case is something that when you compile, you have to be aware what you're going to do with this application. Otherwise, by default, you cannot debug it. OK, so now that you can produce the binary, we have to start a debugging session, right? Delve is a quite powerful thing. If you go to the docs, the link is on the slides. You can see like several options. But once you have the binary, it's gonna either ask Delve to run this binary, that's an option, or what we're gonna do is gonna ask Delve to attach to the process. And we do that showing the PID. So like, okay, this is the PID, attach, and start debugging it. However, in order to use the PID, you have to be in the same machine, right? But as I said, things are complicated here. So one thing, right? We developed the Elastic agent for Windows, Mac, and Linux. So not always we are using the same. Sometimes we have developed a different operating system than ours. And also our own machines are protected by the Elastic agent. So you cannot be developing and running the Elastic agent at the same time, because you always have one running to protect the machines. So we always do that on a virtual machine. I mean, different people do in different ways, but one really good is using a virtual machine. So now I have the case that I have my machine as a host, I have my agent running on the virtual machine, and I wanted to debug this process in another machine, right? This is the architecture, so we'd have like a Vagrant VM, run the Elastic agent, we're gonna have my machine where I'm gonna debug, and the Elastic agent still talking to Elasticsearch and Fleet Server on Elastic Cloud, right? So what we need to do here is to do remote debugging, right? How can I, from my machine, debug something that's happening in another machine? And with Delve, that's super simple, actually. So Delve, by itself, it can run as a debugger that you interact with, or you can say, Delve, be a backend server. So instead of just receiving inputs from myself, you're going to expose some sort of API that a client is going to connect to it. And then this client is going to control you, give orders to you, and then you're going to interact with the program as I use, right? And then you're going to have some clients that can connect to this backend server from Delve and control the debugging session from there. As expected, the major IDEs, they all have plugins for Delve. So you can I use Golang. I'm going to show a bit more about Golang, but most of the time I'm going to be showing the CLI interface because it's generic. And once so often, it's good to know how the CLI works, because you might not be able to use your IDE in some moments. But you can find plugins for Delve for VS Code and Emacs and pretty much everything. So on Delve, when you want to run it as a backend server, it's really nice how Delve works, because everything that you use to debug locally, if you pass the ---- headless, it's going to work in the same way, but instead of opening the debugging session for you, it's going to wait for a client to connect, right, to remote debug. So you just pass the headless. So as I said, like we're going to attach to a PID, and then we're going to do, say, headless. So it's a backend server, and then we configure a bit of the server, so where it's going to listen, an API version, if more than one client can connect at the same time. There is a whole documentation Delve to all sorts of options that you can pass in. And then if you're going to keep using Delve, you can just, once you have a backend running somewhere, we can use Delve to connect to this backend as a client using Delve Connect and just passing our IP address and port. And you can connect and interact with it, right? Different IDEs are going to do it different ways. So Golang, that's one that I use. You just add run the debug configuration, go remote, and you pass the host, the port, and hit debug, and then it connects and debugs the code. Right? For VS Code, I know that a lot of people use VS Code. It's a bit different. It uses a different protocol. It uses the debug adapter protocol, but Delve supports it as well. So you say Delve DApp, and then you connect with VS Code. I don't know exactly the example. I'm really bad in VS Code, but there is the link for the documentation. The look, it's quite extensive, so it should be easy to set up if you understand a bit of VS Code. The last detail before the demo, when when Dev is debugging, right, as I said, you're looking at the source code and you're kind of interactive with the source code, always in mind for the lines and instructions and everything. So Delve has to know where the source code is. And when you compile the binary, the information where the source code came from is on the binary, and Delve expects the source code to be in the same place. So again, right, the Elastic Agent, when you compile it, it's compiled on Docker. So you can compile to all the platforms easily. And because of that, the path where the source code is on the Docker container is completely different from the path where the source code is on my machine. So when you run the debugger, we have to say, hello, Dev, by the way, the source code that it was on this address when it was compiled, now it's on this other address. That's where we have to find it on my machine. And demo time, I think I spoke quite fast, but that's good. So I don't have to rush through the time. Okay, let's rearrange a few windows. So of course, I have all the commands written here, so nothing's gonna go wrong. So as I say, like, oh yes. Action. Okay, is it good? Okay, right. So here I have 3 terminals, right? I have my local terminal, my machine. Here I am inside a Vagrant VM with these 2, right? This is where the Elastic Agent is running, and I want to connect from my machine to the VM. And then that's the nice thing, right? This whole setup is going to work for whatever application is running, right? It doesn't matter if it's running Docker, Kubernetes, on a cloud VM, on your friend's computer, as long as you can open the port and have the internet access, right? You run the Delve as a backend together with the application, and you connect with some client. So, first thing, the Elastic Agent is running, so we need to discover the PID. So, on Linux, good old PS aux. You use this one that's bigger. So there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of Elastic Agent, but I'm interested on this one, right? So once I know the my PID, I can say Delve, listen on this port as headless mode, API version, and attach to a PID. So now Dev is the API server is on and is listening. So I can connect to it from my machine. Right? So now I go to where my source code is. So I'm already there. This is the Elastic Agent source code. And I'm going to say Delve connect. And this is my virtual machine IP address. Later on, together with the slides, there is the repo with the slides, and the Vagrant file is there as well. So as long as you have Vagrant, you say Vagrant app, and we're going to have everything with the same configuration, same IPs and ports. I'm connected. I'm debugging the application running on my machine, on my virtual machine. Let's set a breakpoint and see it working. Right, so on Delve, you say B and an address and a file for setting a breakpoint. There are several ways you can set a breakpoint. One saying the file name and the line. But here, of course, I have several files with this name. So I need to provide a full location. So this is where the source code was when it was compiled, right? On Go source GitHub. That's kind of different from right now. So I'm going to hit C for continue. So all this time the program is stopped, right? Delve stopped the Elastic Agent. Now we're going to say continue. So the Elastic Agent running as expected. The Elastic Agent is also a command line, provides a command line interface, so I can interact with it while running and ask things about, oh, what's your status? So when I do that, it hits a breakpoint, but I'm not seeing any source code, right? Doesn't seem too useful, even though it works. If you know by heart what's happening there, okay. So let's again hit the breakpoint. If you know by heart what's happening, great. Yeah, you can, for example, print a variable. As it just, come on though, yes. I can print a variable. But this is not helpful, right? I wanna to see the source code, so I have to fix. That's the problem that I was talking about. That gets a bit lost here. So, let's get the stats again, hit the breakpoint. I can inspect the breakpoints. If BP, I'm gonna clear the first breakpoint. That's the one that I enabled. And then I'm going to say, look, substitute path. This goal source, blah, 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 now becomes my home, ends off, blah, blah, blah. So I can fix it. No. Okay, I think it's right. Hit continue. Come on, send it for me. One second. No, yeah, but I think it's getting into an inconsistent state. The command that was the breakpoint times out, right? Because the agent times out sometimes in the status command. It doesn't wait forever. Okay. I'm gonna set the breakpoint correctly. Yeah, there's not CB, it's P. Okay, run the program. Yeah, see, now that I fixed and I have the breakpoint with the source code matching actually where the source code is, I can see, so I stopped on line 202, and then now makes sense to say, oh, print r.appReporters. And then I see everything. If I continue, you see the status of the last agent, the server application it's running. Yeah. And I mean, in this Delve, right? So you can do a lot of stuff with the debugger. More than that, I'm not going to get into details, but one of the things, for example, you can print the Go routines. This Go routine, we complete all Go routines, and a lot more, right? So that's it. That's how you, in Go, using Delve, you do remote debugging, right? With that, you can debug an application that's running pretty much everywhere. Might be a simple running your VM, just because you want to isolate an environment. Or, I don't know, if you want to run your production app in production, as long as you compile it correctly, you can do that. That's it. What's my presentation? Thank you. Yeah. These are my contacts. The talk is already on GitHub, so you can get the slides and the files. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anderson. So all the questions that you have about Go and about debugging apps, Anderson will be around during lunch break, which begins now. What we have for lunch is behind you on the bar. A short explanation. First of all, everything is vegan. We have bowls with noodles and tofu on the left, where it says noodles, and on the right, it's bowls with rice and tofu. There are 3 types of sauces: sweet, sour, curry, peanut sauce. Everything is vegan. So grab a bowl, either rice or noodles, grab a sauce, and grab chopsticks. Have fun. Guten Appetit.
Uh-huh. Now people can hear me. Okay. Hello. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a tasty lunch break. We are getting back to our second half of the day with lots of talks. And this one is about security. As you know, Seabase is a hacker space. So security is close to home to this place and to the people of it. And Victoria, who is introducing the talk on, or who is giving this talk and introducing the subject to us, is a software engineer who turned into a security engineer, who turned into a writer, and is also a YouTuber. Victoria, you have a book in progress.
Now, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
So, yes, I'm writing a book for junior developers, basically about like how to start their career well.
And how not to get hacked.
No, not really.
Do you think it's important as a junior to take down production at least once?
I think at least, yeah, once, twice, 3 times, yeah.
When is the threshold? After how many times of taking down production can you call yourself a mid-level engineer?
No, I think trying is the most important part, so even one is good.
Well, great. Talk about security by Victoria Dalach, please. Round of applause.
Imagine this. It's Monday, the last sprint of your project, and you just had planning. You're confident. You know what you need to do. There are 2 bugs to be fixed, some documentation to write. It's Monday, but it's good Monday. You feel confident. You feel excited. The release is coming. The new project is coming. It's gonna be good. Good sprint, productive, but also achievable. Monday. On Tuesday, engineering manager comes in the room and she says, you know what? It would be great if we run it, just before the release, if we run this project through the security team. So you go to the meeting, security team asks you questions, asks you about the design, asks you about the documentation that hasn't been finished yet, and instead of 2 bugs, you end up with this bunch of bugs to fix, and if you ask me, I also have no idea what the snail is doing up there. I've been in this situation way too many times, like almost every time, and each time after a project release, we would have this beautiful meeting called Project Retrospective. Do you know this meeting? Anyone? And during this meeting, we would all agree that having security team just before the release and talking to them is way too late, and it's just too stressful. And we would all agree that next time we should do it again, like different way. We should engage with them earlier, and then the moment the meeting finished, like we would all forget about this, and we would do it. The situation will repeat itself over and over and over again. So we would again ignore the security, we would wait, the engineering manager would come in the last sprint and we would have this conversation and it would be like, yeah, a nightmare, not good. So last year I switched careers a bit and I moved from software engineering to security engineering. During my transition, I had to, take classes, read books, etc. And I started, but I stayed in the same company. So it was very interesting to me because I had an opportunity to work with the teams and from this different role, from this different perspective, to see how they develop, right? Oh, I'm sorry for that. And the problem that I realized very early on is that product managers and designers think about security solely as an engineering problem. Whereas engineers are so focused on the MVP and creating a scope of a project that is achievable that they put security features into and label them as nice to have. Security is something that we will work on when we already have this done. Does it sound familiar or is it just my experience? Okay, you're nodding, so good. But the problem is like I've been a software engineer for like almost a decade, so I fully sympathize with those with this approach, and I understand where it comes from. Like developers need to write good code, test it, ensure the quality, remember about accessibility, and then security is just like a lot. And security itself is hard. And to be fair, security industry doesn't make it easy to make security accessible to developers. And I thought, as a developer, that we have like a weird lingo, right? We use a lot of weird words, especially since I'm not an English, English is not my first language. So, for example, in Polish, we use a lot of English words as Polish words, which is just like non-understandable for others. But what I want to say is security industry also makes it very difficult to be understandable. Because when I joined the security team, I kid you not, for the first 6 months, every meeting with my team, I would Google acronyms, at least 5 of them every day. And those acronyms, all of them include C or S, and most of them include both of those letters, and people use those acronyms as verbs, which is horrible. Like, I couldn't understand them a lot. And besides that, besides the language, security is a huge topic. I love calling it an ocean. Security is an ocean. And if I ask all of you, like each of you, what is security, probably like every one of you would give me a different definition. And it's also a problem. Because as an ocean, security has IT security, infrastructure security, cloud security, application security. And when we focus only on application security has so many different layers, and there's hundreds of vulnerabilities. So it's an ocean of topic, and it's very difficult and sometimes even overwhelming for a developer to approach. But there is hope, and this is my presentation. So we agree, the security experts agree that there is an infinite amount of threats for each of your applications, each of product you work on. Like we don't know the number of threats because there are vulnerabilities, there are zero-day vulnerabilities that no one knows about yet. We cannot predict all of the attack vectors, right? So this is pretty scary. But here's the hope. Here's the light in the tunnel. All of them, all of these threats can be assigned to one of three categories, which is, and the good news is that you already know the acronym, because these categories are confidentiality, integrity, and availability, what we call the CIA triad. I could make a joke about spies, but only spies I like to think about are Spice Girls. So I will give you a minute, because this is a big thing. You know, it's not the Spice Girls, although they were also a big thing, but the fact that you can, instead of approaching the ocean, think only about those three categories: confidentiality, integrity, availability is a big thing. Before I dive into it, let me just establish what those three categories mean. So confidentiality, we want secrets to be secret. When I go into my inbox with 10,000 unread emails, I expect that only I have access to it. Or if I send an email to women tech makers organizers, I expect only them to be able to read it, right? Confidentiality, we understand. Secrets, we want them to be secret. Integrity, we get what we expect. Again, when I go to my email account, I expect to see 10,000 unread emails. I would be very surprised or even shocked or even panicked if I saw that they're all gone. We want to get what we expect. And availability means that we always can access the information. So no matter where we are, as long as we have the internet connection, we want to be able to check our emails. I mean, it's maybe not healthy. I need to think about other example for another talk. Okay. But do we get it? Availability? Yeah. Okay, so how is it helpful? It's helpful because it can change the way you approach security. So instead of thinking about the threats, you can just focus on those three categories, of those three lenses that you see security, that you look at security of your product. And you can do it with a question. The question is, how can the CIA of this project that I work on be broken? And I know that it seems very easy, and it's like, what? Like the whole presentation about that? But trust me, asking this question will allow you to see like a wider perspective of your project, because I don't know about you, but I know, from my experience, I know that as a developer, and with my team, we used to focus very often on the happy path and on the positive side of creating, because this is exciting, because we're developers. This is the difference between developers and quality assurance testers, right? So we are excited, we want to build, we want to enable our customers and users to do blah, blah, blah. But asking this question stops us a bit. How can this project be broken, and it can allow us to create more secure software? What is beautiful about it is that it works for every technology. No matter if you're a front-end engineer, no matter if you're a back-end, if you're mobile, if you do infrastructure, if you do anything really, no matter if you're a developer or product manager or designer, you can always ask this question, and it will always give you value. Of course, the question you need to ask a little bit more questions, because you need to go through like security, integrity, and availability. But the thing is that this will work for whatever you work. It will work for a big you work on. It will work on for the big project. If it will work on a simple user story, it will work on an epic. So now I will share some examples of questions you can ask. So for confidentiality, you can ask who can see this resource. But also, how do we store credentials? Do we log sensitive data? The security of logs is a topic on its own. Integrity, of course, the very basic question for integrity: who can create, update, and delete a resource? But also an opportunity for improvement, like is there a way to see a malicious actor deleting all resources for our customers? Is there a way to, if we see a sudden bulk action, can we stop it? What happens when a malicious data is sent via form? And for availability, I love talking about that, because developers always think, from my experience, and I gave this talk a lot in my previous company, so developers stop listening about availability, because everyone thinks, oh, availability, infrastructure group, DevOps, this is their problem. But we as developers do have a huge impact on availability since we introduce new products, like new services, new dependencies. And what we need to ask then is what happens when an external product is down. Last 2 years ago, I think, the product that I was working on was down because the service that we used to manage feature flags was down. And no one expected that to happen, you know? And of course, availability, the typical threat, DDoS, so distributed denial of service, is this endpoint rate limited? This would be the most basic question. But also, when you introduce new database, new tables, or some changes in the database, like how much time will this database migration take? Also important. Okay, so we know. So what we know right now, we know what confidentiality, integrity, availability is. You know, we know that you can ask those questions, but when should you do it? This is important. So now I would like to mention to you Shift Security Left. Shift Security Left is this super exciting trend but I think more than a trend in application security. And if you know any application security engineers, they will be super excited to talk about it with you. Like say, oh, so what about this shifting security left? I've heard it on Saturday, like, can you tell me more about it? They will be like jumping. Because shifting security left means that. This is a software development lifecycle. I think we all know it more or less. This is just an example from internet. And we start with requirement, design, implementation, testing, evolution, but to be fair, it's mostly release and maintenance. And what happens now, and what happened in my experience a lot, is that we talk to security teams in the testing, like very close to release phase, right? And shifting security left means that we want to engage with security teams during the design phase. Instead of waiting till everything is developed already, all the code is written, we want to talk to security teams and get their feedback during the design phase. And why is that? Well, first of all, because making any changes in the last sprint of a project is horrible, stressful, takes much more time, and is, in a way, frustrating for developers. And security teams don't want to be treated as blockers. They want to be treated as partners, and they want to be even treated as enablers for developers. Second of all, if you think about any change that is already on production, they are extremely expensive. I don't know if you had ever pleasure of fixing a security vulnerability on production, but it's always like, it should be trivial. You think it will take 2 days and you spend 2 weeks on it because suddenly there are dependencies, there is some kind of behavior that already that is already known to the customers, and customers already prepared the workflows around it, and they use it, and then you have to inform the customers about it. It's a nightmare. Again, very expensive and time consuming. Whereas when you make the changes and when you talk to security in the design phase, the changes happen on a piece of paper, basically, or Miro, or whatever beautiful app designers use to make the design. But also, I'm talking about the technical design, right? So all of them, it's like a comment in Wiki, hey, please do it differently. So this is shifting security left. So now how how to implement it, how to connect. Like, you know what is CIA triad, you know what shifting security left means, and now how to connect it and implement into in your company. So inject it, be like a hacker, and basically present it to your peers so the knowledge is there, so everyone knows what the CIA triad is. I can help you with that, just drop me an email. Make it visible, make it a part of your process. And it, of course, depends on how your process look like, but from my experience, what I did at Contentful was to evangelize about it and add the CIA triad everywhere where it was possible. So to solution briefs, to enhancement proposals, requests for comments, for the templates. So when a developer goes there and creates a new document, they already know, they already see what security wants from them and what would be beneficial for them to consider regarding security of the solution. So, good luck with that. And I forgot about this slide. Okay, so I think, security is important. We don't want to do it though. I believe that we as an industry, we need to take more responsibility over the things that we deliver to our customers. And I believe strongly that the careless times of move fast and break things are over. And this is why we as an industry need to take more time, care, and develop our products in the most secure way possible. And the CIA triad is basically the easiest and the first step you can make. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Victoria. And we are going now on a 10 minutes break where I will ask you all to bring back your bottles, the empty bottles, to the bar. The food boxes that you finish, please throw in the trash. And if you have a metal fork, then there's a bowl above it, so please put it there. Thank you and see you at 55. Hello, everyone. We are getting back from the break. So, a fun exercise to keep everybody engaged. Those who are doing tax declarations, please tell us about the most interesting thing that you have included in your tax declaration and it was accepted. For example, a plushie of your favorite programming language. Anybody tried that? Any other interesting ideas from the crowd of things that you have deducted in your tax declaration and were accepted? We're looking for inspiration here. Say again? Table. That is important. You need the table to work. Say again? Meditation app. Oh. That's unusual. Yeah, that's a good tip. Donations. Yeah, if the organization is recognized under those specific criteria, that's a good thing to do with the money. You decide where your money goes instead of the state. I do like that.
I was about the Philips Hue gaming lights that I declared my tax.
You need to turn on your mic. I know you're all curious what Ash
Hello.
said there.
Yeah. So I once bought the Philips Hue gaming lights for my computer, which I then declared as, because it's part of a Wi-Fi network and I work with Wi-Fi and stuff and reasons.
You also give online talks as part of your job in some way.
Yeah, I think as technologists, we can pretty much claim anything.
Speaking of giving talks, I heard you're a GDE.
Am I?
What does GDE stand for?
So it's a Google Developer Expert, and I've been a GDE for Android and Kotlin for a number of years now. I think 2018-ish.
It's like this weird time blip between 2020 and 21. It's like something happened and then it was 2018.
Since the before times.
Since the before times. And why are you a GDE? Why did you decide to do that? What does it give to you?
Honestly, I ask myself the same question every day.
We have somebody in the crowd who might later tell us about GDEs if she'd like. How did you become a GDE?
So it started off a lot with giving talks, basically. Moving to Berlin, I fell in love with the community here and knowledge sharing and coming here during the Android meetups every month. And just kind of snowballed from there, started giving more talks, started getting invited to more talks, traveling a lot, and then eventually invited to join the program. And being part of the program means that you were given some more opportunities to join more talks, to give a little bit more to the community than you would be able to without it. And it's always obviously encouraged as a recognition of your already activities rather than being a prize or something.
So if one wants to become a GDE, what are the first steps?
Just get involved in the community, write articles, give talks, get involved with meetups, give workshops. Like I said, it's a recognition of something you're already doing rather than something to be kind of obtained or as a prize. So, just kind of get involved. And, one of the questions that were asked is, what would you do differently as a GDE if you weren't? And I was like, well, actually, I wouldn't really do anything differently. It's just that I might have more conferences.
And less swag.
Slightly less swag.
Yeah, well, if anybody's doing lots of community work, for example, talks, for example, podcasts, blogs, whatnot, and you want to be recognized in your criteria, so first go to the GDE or Google Developer Experts, find what criteria are out there, and then find the GDE in your criteria and ask them if they can recommend you. Then there is a long form you have to fill up. Very long. And be ready for this because it continues like that because you have to do reporting, which is also long and taking time, but we like metrics, we're developers. And then you can get that fun recognition and the fun swag.
Just realized my dark reader is enabled. I need to turn this off for my speaker notes.
Well, I just heard that dark mode is energy saving.
It is, but not if you're reading black text on a black background.
Energetically, it's like, we're done. Round of applause for Ash, everyone.
So, hello everybody. As introduced, I'm a Android and Kotlin developer expert in Berlin. And this talk is about hype-driven development and my experience with sort of getting excited about technologies and libraries that you might find out in conferences, in talks, in blog articles, and basically how to manage this level of excitement and getting involved with these things without breaking production, or at least hopefully. So starting off, I kind of noticed that most of my talks have the same consistent theme, and that's that I tell you all this kind of nice takeaway to kind of think about, like, don't do this thing, or this is why you shouldn't do this thing. And often it's because I did this thing. And it's not because I made a mistake, it's because I previously identified that you shouldn't do this thing, but you know what, I'm going to do it anyway, because that's just the kind of person I am, slightly insane. So here I give you the procrastinator's guide to doing the wrong thing anyway. So decision-making is a fundamental part of our daily life, from deciding to give a talk to deciding to attend a talk. And good decisions can lead to successes and personal growth, and poor decisions can often lead to attending a talk on hype-driven development. Yeah, decisions are important, particularly when they involve production code base. So this is kind of where you might work in day-to-day life. Good decisions are generally unheard of. You might not even notice them. They're generally uneventful. They don't really cause anything bad to happen. But bad decisions can be catastrophically bad. They can plague the code base for years. They can cause all sorts of kind of hierarchical problems. So this talk is kind of focused on, or at least from the background of Android, but these lessons are sort of similar to things you can take and apply to different things. But like most platforms, Android requires design decisions at pretty much every level of your tech stack. And these decisions sort of influence the direction of your app, its maintainability, and where the direction it's going for years. Now, some of these comparisons might seem a bit redundant, but there are still questions being asked in real life. So these are just a handful of options, and each one of these kind of solves 90% of the problem that you have. So there's obviously a bit of redundancy there left over, because it doesn't quite fit all of your needs. So due to the fundamental nature, it's kind of difficult to encapsulate and thus kind of leak implementation detail into your application, making them a bit difficult to remove or replace. Ideally, you want to make sure that they're isolated and behind an abstraction or something, so you can swap it out for something else if you need. So with decision making, there's always the option of doing nothing. It doesn't make problems worse, but it doesn't make problems better. You might have seen this meme that went around a little while ago. Low engineering complexity, staffing needs are minimal, and a timeline is manageable, /none. But it doesn't solve the problem. Another factor we have to face is decision fatigue. So if you're exhausted from making decisions all day, and bear in mind that you might be making hundreds of decisions a day, whether what do I eat for lunch, what do I get for breakfast, who do I meet today? These decisions are something that influences your day-to-day life, and it can be draining. So when you have to make these big decisions about what technology do I choose, you can often make the wrong one. Not through any fault of your own, but simply just due to, well, life is hard. So it can often lead to resulting in choosing the more familiar path, or something that you're more used to, something that you've used before, but doesn't necessarily solve the problem most appropriately. So with that in mind, how does hype-driven development affect decision-making? Well, one of the most organic decisions in development comes from feature requirements, wherein the tool is chosen specifically for those requirements. Tech debt can often be a lead contributor. Code duplication and repetition can be red flags for engineers, so they'll try and think of different or creative ways to get around this or to avoid it. And obviously, new tech often promises the cleaner, faster, easier solutions, and it's easy to become enticed and excited by these things. And it's interesting that these phenomena are not just limited to engineering. You might have heard different names for it, but I call it CEO-driven development. And this is where you might be sitting in your project, working at work, normal day, and your CEO comes along and says, "I've seen this cool new library. Are you using it?" And then you have to kind of use this thing because your CEO got excited about it, and that's just ludicrous. So, and it's so common, so painfully common. So there's also the irony of decision paralysis or fatigue, and can result in engineers opting for the most familiar tool rather than the most appropriate tool. This is called the law of the instrument, or Maslow's hammer, or the Birmingham screwdriver. I'm not going to explain why, but anyway. And this is a kind of cognitive bias that leads you to over-relying on a particular tool. Now, in the Android world, we saw this with RxJava, where people were trying to use RxJava for every different problem that could possibly be faced. And it was simply just a misuse of this tool. So this applies even to newly released libraries, or if you've used it in another project, for example. And one of the biggest influences on design decisions is from the community, and therefore hype-driven development. More specifically, community influence, or developer relations, or simply conference conversations. Intentions are generally benign, and they're given with the best of intentions, and this really heartfelt thought into it, but you have to remember that there's commercial viability behind everything. Big companies are usually benign if they're on your wavelength, if they're trying to solve the same problem as you, but they are still commercial entities. This is something to keep in mind. So the community influence is often provided through social media, Twitter, Reddit, Mastodon, blogs, feeds, wherever you might get your information. And this advertisement appeals to human psychology. New must be better. We always imagine this is true. So the argumentum ad novitatem. So this is often kind of claims that this new, shiny new framework is going to come along and solve all your problems. So you think, wow, I didn't even know I had these problems. So this is why we have the pharmaceutical industry in America. So often terms they use to underpin this is like modern application or modern application development, if you're from the Android world. And humans dumb, say, work. So finally, all tools and libraries promise to solve a problem in a new, unusual, or more efficient way, and promising to save you time, money, or energy. So whilst mostly benign, there are some risks with using immature software. It's new and often under active development. You're making a commitment to this tool, for better or for worse, and these tools can often take time to fully mature, if they do mature at all. And they take some time to become stable and survive review and scrutiny from the community. Adventuring the unknown can be rewarding, but it's important to remember that it is the unknown. Beer helps. So, risk management. This is not just manager speak. There are actually many real tools for the risk averse and for engineering as a day-to-day habit. So, depending on your framework or language of tool of choice, there are annotations and there are many ways to manage the risk with potentially risky tools. Ideally, code should be disposable. The best type of code is the code that's most easily deleted, without side effects, that is. So you want to isolate the API surface, keep these things in a little box, and limit the interaction as much as possible without the sensitive environment surrounding it. You can also use coding workshops in your team to evaluate new software, so you can sort of work on it in a safe space and try it out and see how it works for you without actually committing to using it full time. And you can propose feature-driven sort of time box sessions where you're only working this for a certain limited number of hours. Something else to be aware of and be very careful of is solutions looking for a problem. So this is the self-operated napkin. So some solutions might lead you to question what the problem was in the first place. So you need to be very wary and critical and often remain vigilant of this. This, of course, is not relevant to blockchain, which has neither a solution nor a problem. Quite proud of that one. So stay aware of the scope of your project. Keep aware of its requirements and behaviors. It can be easy sometimes to sort of seek out problems that don't yet exist. Sometimes doing nothing is actually the right course of action. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Another one is, the coding world is full of these lovely acronyms that can be satirized. This is from Monkey User, lovely little blog. So the idea here is Yagni. You aren't going to need it. This is the sort of premature optimization idea that you're going to build something like, well, what if we use this something in the future? What if we have this requirement? It's like, well, you don't have that requirement, and you might not ever have that requirement. So before doing all that work and making all those decisions that lead you into this little rabbit hole, maybe just kind of solve the problem you have now. So that's not to say that using experimental things is not fun, it's not rewarding, and it's not beneficial in some ways. You know, I wouldn't really be here today if I hadn't played around with all these new tech and experimental things. So, you know, some developments are inevitable, and and some developments carry the commitment from a trusted source. For example, the adoption of Kotlin in Android carried the confidence from JetBrains and from Google. So we could kind of confidently adopt that because we knew it was going to be here for the long term. Same with Compose. And early adoption can often contribute to the tool development, like submitting bug fixes, improvements, and new capabilities can often offer you some benefit over your competitors. So naturally, knowledge sharing is important in the development community as well. And something about inevitability, not to stab at Google, but yeah. So there's an often used joke that there's two options. One is deprecated, one is experimental. Pick one. So ultimately, the question comes down to risk-benefit analysis. Still, not just for managers. This is for everyone. So a technology or a library might not be for everybody. Evaluate it with your team. Work through it with your teammates. Analysis, anything that benefits the community can benefit the individual, of course. And early adopters, you know, usually progressive, engaged, enthusiastic, involved in the community. And it really depends on your company's ability to absorb that cost, if there is an additional development cost. So it might take a bit of extra time to learn, to find out what the teething problems are of this technology. And, you know, it depends on your ecosystem and your work ethic and company environment. So with all that in mind, you might think, well, you know what? I can't really afford to take that risk right now. I'm just going to choose the safe option, and that would actually be a reasonable choice. But that's not the choice I made. So here's how to get away with it anyway, if you want to just kind of work with experimental. So generally established, it's a bad idea to follow hype, but you know, I want to do it anyway. So open source to the rescue. This is always a really great option because you can contribute to something that you are building in a community. And you know, there are many different projects that can really benefit from your contributions if you want to use something that's a bit new, something a bit shiny, something a bit kind of experimental. And it's a way to kind of scratch that itch if you have that urge to use something like that. And it's often sometimes a safe environment. It's encouraging, it's welcoming. People in the open source community are always welcome to have contributions. So there may be a project that is going to benefit from your contribution. But also you might consider the idea of having a playground project. So I'm going to go into a bit of a case study about mine. There's often options you can choose. Like if you just want to have an app showing a list of pizzas, there's APIs for every different thing. There's APIs for fortune cookies, APIs for the International Space Station data, Chuck Norris jokes, obscure beers. It's an API for everything. And that's all apps are, really. They're just a nice way of showing lists of data. So this is a case study, or a shameless self-promotion, you see it how you like, for my playground project and some of the problems that I faced in this when using all this shiny new software. So the first goal was to create an API endpoint to list conferences from the Android study group GitHub page. So it was built around desktop, Compose for desktop as a primary dependency, backed by data storage by including as many Firebase features as possible. You know, Firebase App Check, Server SDK, Kotlin SDK, you might ask. It doesn't have a Kotlin SDK, but I wanted to create one, so that's another story. So I kind of collapsed all these individual requirements into a single playground repository, sort of like a monorepo for side projects, and doing so had its own difficulties. So the goal was to use Firebase Firestore to serve data pulled from GitHub. It should be important not to make too many unnecessary requests because you're using a consumer device. And we need to make sure that the data is in a mobile-friendly format. So, okay, we start off and we have a look. What does GitHub give us back when we ask for a list of this data? We get this wonderful little thing. Because the contents are managed by GitHub, not by ASG. So the data request we get from it is actually all metadata about the content listings. It's nothing useful in there at all. And all it does is provide you a list of files that you can then go and fetch. So for all the 400 to 500 conferences that are in this index, you'd have to make a request for each one. That is not viable. And for the result that you do that, you get this lovely little snippet, which is not actually valid YAML. So I needed to write my own parser to do that. So anyway, fortunately, GitHub also does expose a GraphQL service, which we could use instead, and it gave me the opportunity to use GraphQL client in the Google Cloud function. These two things don't go together well. But since GraphQL allows us to specify only the data we actually want, it meant that I could actually use this query to get the data that I actually needed. Therefore, I got a JSON result, which gave me this little thing. Now, it's not so nicely formatted, it's deep nested, but it does give me the data I need. So the idea here would be that I would then take this data, reformat it, put it into Google Cloud Firestore, and use Cloud Functions to then deliver that in a mobile-friendly format. But of course, I wanted to do it with Compose, and with multi-platform, and with Kotlin. So all of these lovely technologies, whilst great on their own, do not play well with each other. They crash almost all the time. So this was often a result of me throwing my head into the wall, trying to figure out what was going wrong here. So quite stressful if you're trying to use new technologies. So I then created a cloud function with Compose using Kotlin multi-platform. You can check out the link there if you're interested. Also, by the way, normally this talk is much more in-depth with the tech, but I try to make it a bit more accessible to different audiences. So please bear with me if it seems like it's going tech-heavy. So the SDK uses Google Cloud RESTful APIs for compatibility. The Playground project looks a little bit like this, and it's a bit messy, but the point is that I'm capable of using different kind of ideas and trying out things in a sort of safe environment where I know it's going to crash, I know it's going to fail, but I can then use that information to apply to my production environment when I'm working on my day-to-day job. And of course, if I didn't take this opportunity while I have your attention to introduce my cats, then it would be a crime. So this one is named Cotty, after Kotlin, and this one Pi. Censored for his privacy. I learned that apparently if cats lie like this, it means that they're super comfortable and, you know, happy with exposing their sensitive belly region, but you're just gonna scratch their belly. Don't do it. So, this is just, that was just sort of a very quick, abridged version of one of the many clusterfucks I've had with this project. This idea of using technology when it's quite immature, quite experimental, quite new, and when it doesn't play well with other things. So I've learned a lot of things from this project, what does work, what doesn't work, what is suitable for production, and what, more importantly, isn't. And it gave me a lot of ideas for different things. It helped me actually prepare a lot of content as well for giving talks. So this knowledge sharing is actually really helpful as well, because you're then sort of the pioneer of this technology, and you can then say, hey, don't try this thing, or hey, try this thing. This week I gave a talk on Molecule, which was also from one of my pet project, about using Compose in a headless UI environment. And that was a really rewarding knowledge sharing experience. So one very important thing to mention here is, of course, work-life balance. Many might question, like, well, I don't have the time to play around with these technologies in my spare time. Like, I've got a family, I've got cats, I've got hobbies, and that's perfectly fine. Not everybody can, wants, or should be expected to spend time outside of your work life on projects. This is purely a hobby of mine. This is something I find enjoyable. And some people are fortunate enough to actually have this as a job where they can work on these experimental things. A lot of people at Google, a lot of people at Square, a lot of people at various other companies can spend time on these things because it's rewarding for that company as a whole and rewarding for their team. And that's great. But don't feel like you're obligated to spend time in the evenings if you would rather do something else, because that's totally fine. There are other ways of trying these things out. You can propose doing hack weeks. You can have time during allocated work to spend investigations on new projects, new technologies. Excuse me. So propose solutions for internal tooling, for example. If you see a need in your company that could be benefited by working with this new technology, give it a shout. Give a proposal, plan a project, have an idea, give it to your management, heads up, whatever is necessary. And Develop for disposability. I gave another talk on everything as an API, where you should focus on abstraction and keeping things away, because even things that are used internally will be used by yourself in 2 weeks where you forgot what the hell you did. So, sort of in conclusion, there's rarely a reasonable argument for making design decisions based exclusively on opinion. So don't introduce tools on a project that doesn't need it. Find a project that does, or create a project that does. Every story is useful. Always share it with the community. Everything you can learn from new technologies, even failures, especially failures, are really beneficial. So, there are ways of satisfying that development urge, that thirst for, trying out new stuff in a safe environment. And you can use those learnings to advise feasibility in what might be a production environment. And more importantly, you can share that with the community. I always like to close with this quote: everything that exists is born without reason, prolongs itself out of weakness, and dies by chance. There's also a variant of this which applies to coding, and every line of code is written without reason, maintained out of weakness, and deleted by chance, which is so painfully true. So be aware about introducing things, because you might actually have to maintain that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will have now a 5 minutes short break where you're welcome to grab more noodles or a drink or something. And then we will have a surprise talk by Ole. See you all in 5 minutes, so at 25. Nice cat. What's his name?
more tech in that than I thought. Sorry?
What's the name of the cat? Is it your cat?
Yeah. So,
I missed the introduction. I was in the bathroom.
So, ist ein heiser. Okay, ja, hallo.
Hello, everyone. We are back from our very last break to our very last talk. But before that, I have with me Katja, who is the program manager for GDG in Europe. What does that mean?
Sorry, I already done. No. Sorry. Is it done, right? Yeah, so my name is Katja. Actually, we are coming back from probably the last break. So I am working at Google. Yeah, I'm working at Google, based here in Berlin, taking over GDG in Europe and Women Tech Makers right now. What does it mean? So actually, we do have 302 communities around Europe. Here. I forgot.
The limelight.
Sorry, I didn't know that. Actually, I saw the cameras, but I forgot that there. So I need to stay here for people to see me. Probably. Yeah, so actually we do have 300 communities like that. So it's like here in Berlin, we are lucky to have 4 communities of GDG, like Golang here, we can see people, cloud people here, women tech makers are here. But actually, yeah, we do have 5 communities. But all across Europe, we do have 300 communities. And overall in the world, there are more than 1,000. So there are people who are very passionate about actual technology and about building community, about building network, learning together, teaching each other, sharing the knowledge, all of the stuff, and just having fun, like event like that. So, and if you are coming somewhere to the unfamiliar place to you, so it's like very nice always to reach out to communities. That actually what Ash told, so you can, anytime you are anywhere in the middle of nowhere, you want to see the people who are very similar to your mind, you can Google developer groups in this area, and very probably you will see someone. So very probably in a very, very small city, you will find the person who is doing that. So that's what I'm doing at Google, but we also do have GDE program, the one that Ash was mentioning, and we do have several GDs here in the room. Tato, I don't know if you have said hi to everyone, because he just relocated from Georgia, like less than a week that you are based here. So welcome to Berlin. I mean, I'm also very new. I relocated 4.5 months ago, so that's why I'm learning myself this city and falling in love gradually. So we do have also the other GDE, Sasha, who is also relocated 4 months ago. So Flutter, so like Android, I would say, Android and Kotlin, Golang. Anyone else that I'm missing? So amazing people who you can learn always with and from and invite to your events to speak, because they are not only techie, but also amazing public speakers. So we also do have the other program, which is for the students. I'm not sure if we do have the students, but if you are interested in any of these programs, you can ask me after if we do have time. So, or follow me somewhere, like it's like, you can ask me and follow me on somewhere and ask the questions afterwards. Yeah, I think
we will retweet you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for our next speaker, I am fighting very hard not to say, hey, Ole, welcome to our next Go Meetup, because you've been my co-organizer of the Go Meetup for the last 3-4 years?
I think 4.
Again, the time warp thing.
At least 4.
Numbers.
I mean, yeah. I have a next slide.
Since the before times, as we decided. Well then,
years.
Without further ado, please welcome Ole for our spontaneous talk about big code bases.
So, thank you. Yeah, so going to talk about big code bases and Go. I keep it a bit shorter, so not so much about Go today, even though this is kind of the topic of my heart. Quickly about me, I've done about 25 years of software development, almost 20 years of Java, now 7 years of Go, co-organizing with Natalie, and this is something we don't do today because we don't want to spend so much time about Go. So now we are at Go. Go uses packages to organize things. This is the way to structure a Go code base. And what is? All Go files in one directory belong to the same package. There's one little exception, but it doesn't matter here, for tests only. And cyclic dependencies within a single package are fine, right? This is how you can implement those patterns where you need this. But cyclic dependencies between packages are prevented by the compiler. And this is quite a big difference to most other programming languages. And this makes it a lot easier to think about, because there's always a top-down single direction way you can get from main, from the entry point, and follow all the usages and imports until you find the leaf things, the leaf packages. And yeah, so packages shouldn't be too large. Of course, if you make restrictions and say, this can't import that, and so on, you can think, then let's just put everything into one package, right? And there are sometimes people who do this, but of course, this is not good behavior. And if you have someone that is so clever and you want to prevent it, I have a small spaghetti cutter tool that you can use to prevent this. It can measure and restrict the size of Go packages. And yeah, so let's analyze a small Go project just to take a quick look how this can work. And then we have a small Go service. This is a small API. And so when you just list the files, you don't see much. A bit nicer is when you look at the directory tree. This can be done with a little tool that gives you these directory trees where you can add further explanations and so on. So you get a rough idea where things are, how things are organized rather quickly. You can include this into the README, and then this is, for a quick overview, this is quite nice already. And analyzer. So here we can do it with -t, I think, for the tree. Yeah, exactly. Then if I use the spaghetti analyzer with -t, it writes this tree. And there's another way to use this. So you can also display the dependencies between packages. And this is, of course, interesting with this doc option. So you can select special packages you want to document, or say, just replace the existing ones. This is the default. And that's what's done. And then you want to take a look at it. This is best done because it's marked down, right? Because this is how we document things. And here under up, there's the main. And so in the main package, there you can find the dependencies. And then you find a dependency table. So here are the packages in the rows that are using other packages, and the columns are the packages that are being used. Right, so this is the main package, this sales API, and that is using the sales API handlers and the business auth packages and foundation database and foundation key store, for example. Right, so this is relatively nice. You have a small table and all is fine. Now let's see what happens when you analyze a larger project, right? This is easy. But now I've looked for one of the biggest projects that I could find that is open source. and found Prometheus. Right, you might know this monitoring software, and this is one of the largest, and it still has something a bit like an HTTP API. So I thought we could relate to it, and this is quite nice. So here we can look at the deer tree too. And you see it's a bit larger, of course. And we already see this, there is a lot under discovery. And then there's extra documentation, which is nice, of course, right? So, and here are then the normal packages and some other extra things. TSDB is a big thing too. So this looks like something special, and here the web API. And so we get a rough idea, and we can build this dependency table too. And let's take a look at what this looks like. Prometheus. It's here is the main package, Prometheus, and we have this, and now we see this is getting big, and we have to scroll quite some way, and well, it's not so nice anymore, and even in this way we have to scroll further and further. And when I ask anyone now, what is this dependency here, probably nobody can answer, right? And I can't easily either. So this doesn't scale as much as I would like to. And well, when we IT people face a problem with our tools, well, we build another tool, right? So that's what we do here. So the spaghetti cutter or spaghetti analyzer can be used in another way. It has this -s or stats for giving us statistics. And there we can find out a bit more about the packages that we are looking at. So here we have the dependence package statistics. And now we can click around. Here's the main package, and we can see it has 20 direct imports, so things it is directly importing. Altogether, it's 70 packages, and so on. And then we have some score here. This is a score that is meant to tell you how well it encapsulates the rest of the project and separates the rest of the project from itself and its dependencies. And so we are looking for things that have a good score here. This install looks quite good, and I think we had these see this. Sorry, I was looking for this discovery install. It is, yeah. But this is really all the discovery belongs together, and the install is the one that is packaging it all together to the outside world. So this is the discovery stuff. Makes sense to extract into an own table, and this is what we can do. That we split the big table that is just too big, to understand up into multiple smaller tables and have links between them, because this is something we can do nicely with Markdown. And when you work in a project and it's growing big, it's good to have some modules that are well encapsulated, and so this should happen naturally, right? I mean, sometimes you have a big ball of mud and there is no such thing, but then you should really try and strive for establishing it. And so thankfully the Prometheus tool is in relatively good shape. I think this is an old repository. They extracted some part of it by now, but this was the larger one, so I picked this one. So I want to now take a look at the split up version. And this is the new version where I include some links. Yeah, here we see this discovery and so on. There are links, and now it's not as crazy anymore, right? We can see this more or less on one screen, and the other direction is not as crazy either. There are some things here. This time series database that it's using inside, it's not as much encapsulated as I would like it to be, but good. Sorry, miscommunication. But it's not too bad. And then we can take a look at one of those. So these are, in Discovery contains adapters to all kinds of technologies where you can access with Prometheus, and install is probably providing it to the outside world. And so you get this dependency table, and this gives a lot more structure and similar for this time series database that is not as well encapsulated as we would like to, but you get an idea how things are structured, and here's the time series database stuff itself, and storage and so on are used in there. So this is a way you can structure things better and better over time, and then with the second tool, Spaghetti Cutter, you have a chance to keep it that way. Sorry, this is this is more the Prometheus project, and yeah, thank you. That's it for now. Yeah. Sorry.
Speaking of time warps, those 5 minutes became 2 minutes very fast. Thank you very much, Ole, for the spontaneous talk. As you may have noticed, it was not on the agenda, but Ole is a seasoned speaker and can talk about large code bases and long-term code bases for a long time. So you should find him after the talks during the networking time and ask him questions about that. Ole, thank you very much. And now to the exciting part of the conference for me is the group picture. So what we will do now is move the chairs a little bit. Everybody who wants to be in the picture will gather here, and then we will have our picture taken from there into here, and this is what we will be using when we will start planning our next year's DevFest. This will be shared on social media, and this will also be our little personal motivator as organizers. So please help us by moving the chairs back a little bit, or even stacking them already, because we will not come back to the setup. So the chairs can go there where the orange circle at the entrance is, and then see you all here in right afterwards. We are finishing the stream, so to all the people who have joined us from the internet, we thank you for being here with us virtually, and we say bye-bye. If anybody lost their USB stick that is red, it's there at the IP lounge. So we will be looking there, so please come here, and let's see how we will guide that.